Hello! Damn, I even tried to clear my throat and my voice still sounds a little off. My apologies. I've been working really hard this week. I had an exam on Tuesday and I had a research paper draft on Thursday, yesterday, and it was very stressful. But it's fine. We're free now. Let me get my drawing tablet. Well, as the title of the stream suggests, I'm going to be drawing something for Sunday. Sunday, for those who don't know, is March 31st, aka Trans Day of Visibility. So, I decided why not use our drawing stream to make it ahead of time so I can focus on my work this weekend. I feel like that's fair, right? And I decided to use a slightly different canvas size. And now I know what 4x3 format in 1080p is, and it's 1080 by 1440. Because I didn't actually know that. Let me get comfy. Also, I've once again been messing around with my microphone quality. I decided to apply a compressor, so I hope my audio sounds better. Oh, what? Hold on. Damn tablet. It's set to the wrong... Why is it set to that monitor? Hold on. How do I set this again? Not even formatted correctly, what? Aw, damn, I wasn't expecting this scuff. It was fine last week. Alright, hold on. Oh, what? Ah! I'm trapped! I'm trapped on the wrong screen! My mouse is stuck. What? There we go. What the heck was that about? That was weird. This is supposed to affect just my drawing tablet. Not everything. Also, it's upside down. Hold on. There we go. This is what happens when you're left-handed and try to use a right-handed drawing tablet, is you have to flip the settings upside down. I haven't had to mess with these settings in ages. So, like, that was really weird. No, I think my pen pressure is a little messed up, too. Shit. I was not expecting this to happen. Because I have never had drawing tablet scuff. I think it was like this, maybe? Oh, no, no, no. It needs to be the other way around. Is my pen pressure sensitivity. There we go. That's how it's supposed to be. Okay, I hit the default button and it fucked up everything, so now everything's fixed. I'm not actually entirely sure what to draw today. I had an idea, but I've been so busy that the idea kind of vanished. I think maybe... Hold on, I need to do something with my... Here we go. Should be better. Because I keep looking over at my OBS levels and I'm like, that's not quite right, now is it? But I think I got it this time. I want to do something loud. Something extremely loud. And also, I will not be posting this piece of art until Sunday, so yeah, I may finish this. Honestly, I might not even finish it today. But I think it would be fun to do this today. You know, since I recently got back into Dragon Ball Z, it's insane to me how many people just haven't watched the anime or read the manga. Like, whenever I heard that a lot of fans just watch it through clips, I thought they were joking. But that's where all the bad opinions come from. People who don't know what they're talking about. Like, I understand if, like, you only watch, like, the abridged series. I finally started watching that too. It's pretty funny. And it is shorter. It's much shorter. It's even shorter than Kai. But, like, you can't just confidently say things when you don't even know what you're talking about. Like, you genuinely should just watch the series or read the manga. It's good. It's worth it. Just watch Kai if regular Z is too long. Just watch Kai instead. Like, I think the platform with the worst opinions on Dragon Ball is probably either Instagram or Twitter. And then Tumblr never fails to do things right. They found a lot of really good Dragon Ball artists on Tumblr. I don't know what it is about ears being annoying to draw. I should have never given myself pointy ears. This is annoying as hell to get right. Like, how the hell do you perspective an ear? I suppose that works. Cause like I can kind of perspective regular ears, but I don't like doing that. You know? It's annoying. Oh, I forgot to mention, I might have to vanish for a bit, sometime between 3 and 4, because we have groceries coming and I need to be up. I need to answer the door for that. So yeah, that's just something I forgot to mention when I went live. Yeah, I never draw heads the same way every time. I always start with something else random. Now half the time I don't even follow my guidelines because half the time they're not even right. I don't know. Yeah, I haven't even drawn the teeth. I'm gonna draw them and stuff like that. Yeah, I'm most definitely going to redo all of this on a separate layer. There we go. Huh. We have been blessed by the shuffle gods. Whoops. You know, I think one interesting thing about being partially self-taught and being partially professionally taught is that, like, I have professional knowledge of, like, how certain things work. But, there are still certain things that I prefer from what I taught myself. Like the way I draw bodies. The way I typically just like start with the head and then work from there, with some exceptions. Cause like, you've got the whole like breaking the body down into shapes tactic. You've got like this spiral tactic thing, and I tried that last week. But the thing about perspective is that you really do genuinely just have to feel it out. Like, you can't really just use mathematics or anything like that with perspective. You have to just kind of eyeball it and hope for the best. I mean, of course, there's a bit of skill to it as well, but that stems from being able to eyeball stuff. And since I'm usually able to draw people by memory, I think that's where I have a bit of an advantage with certain things from being self-taught, because I taught myself based on memory. I didn't really use references whenever I was teaching myself how to draw. But since I'm an art student and I had to take a life drawing, of course I had some time with some actual references, and that helped boost the quality of my art. So it was extremely beneficial for me anyway. So if you're a self-taught artist, I definitely recommend doing some life studies, because it will help you quite a bit. Like, you could actually like see the progression of the quality of my art from whenever I started streaming versus now. My art style is a little messier now, but I think that's a good thing. Because like I was so focused on keeping things so like clean and perfect that like I forgot how to like actually practice stuff. So like some of my older stuff has like whack anatomy, but it's like extremely clean looking despite that. But I know better now. Yeah, art is hard. But it's worth it, in my opinion. It's hard, but for good reasons. Keep accidentally right-clicking. Because, like, I didn't death grip my pen. I need to not do that. I'm real excited to see how this turns out. Might actually make this a bit smaller. I need to move this eye. I'm not very good at doing like a quote-unquote looking at the viewer kind of line of sight. I don't know why. I've just never been good at lining up the eyes with the viewer. But I think this works a little bit. I think this looks nice. Oh, I forgot to put safe for work in the title. I've been forgetting about that lately. Because I know that some artists still do spicy work on here. Which, honestly, I would advise against doing that because of the fact that Twitch has been regularly changing their terms of service specifically to avoid explicit content. But there's a lot of streamers who have been trying to just completely bypass that anyway, which is just dumb because you're just ruining you're just ruining things for everybody by making it just harder to stream in general. Like, I remember how well, not I remember, because it happened in real time within like the past couple days. But I remember the whole silly idea of the butt cams. I remember that whole like quote-unquote strategy or whatever they called it. The tech, the butt cam tech, I think that's what they called it. And yeah, that caused the terms of service to be changed. And now this one streamer who's apparently notorious for being banned regularly because of explicit content, she's doing this thing where she green screens some of her chest because cleavage is allowed. But like, considering the general nature of the clips that I've seen, she's gonna end up ruining it for everybody. And there's so many VTubers out there that have visible cleavage. And like, if cleavage altogether gets banned, then like, oh my gosh, shit's gonna go crazy. Because I'd say Twitch isn't a very suitable platform for minors anyway. I mean, there's streams that's you can watch if you aren't an adult and you'll be fine. So I generally consider Twitch like it's at least a 16 plus platform. I'd highly advise against anyone under 16 just perusing Twitch because like you'll come across a lot of inappropriate streamers. And I don't mean inappropriate as in bad, I just mean inappropriate as in like there are certain age groups that just shouldn't see their content. But then there's like platforms like Twitter, and like that I would label as strictly an 18 plus site. It's pretty much unavoidable to come across sexually explicit content. Regardless of how you like curate your feed, you will end up coming across some real inappropriate stuff. It's just how it is, unfortunately. But yeah, if you're under the age of 18, I would advise against getting Twitter. You're technically allowed to make a platform on Twitter if you're under 18. I believe you have to be at least 13, which is bonkers to me, but like, just I would advise against it personally, just for whoever you are, just for your safety. If this conversation applies to you, don't go on there. Like, Twitter's content control and stuff like that is just so bad now. It was okay whenever I first made my original Twitter, whenever I was a teenager. But, you know, since you know who took over, things have only gone downhill. And I was actually off of Twitter for like, I think either a year and a half or 2 years. And then I made my VTuber account and got rid of my old Twitters. Just for the sake of like, they were old and unused. Gosh. And for a good perspective of like how old my old Twitter was, whenever I went to delete it, I originally wanted to just clean it out and delete all my old tweets and retweets. But of course, like once you hit a certain point, Twitter just breaks and you can't access it anymore. You can't look at any more old tweets. I was able to go all the way back to the fucking January 6th insurrection. I remember that day, and seeing those tweets, I was just like, holy shit. I forgot about this. Like, I forgot about just how, like, I was freaking out. And then, like, nothing happened. I'm not even lying. Like, I tweeted, like, 2 times being like, holy shit. Holy shit! Just finding out in real time. And of course, I retweeted a bunch of stuff. I think I tweeted and retweeted, like, I think a sum total of like 20 times that day. I was like freaking out. And just like seeing all of that was crazy. And then nothing happened. Nothing happened. It's like, okay, that happened. Like, the world is ending, and then it was Thursday. That's a very, very relevant quote for things happening. Hell yeah. Transday visibility. Look at me, I am transgender. Now you have witnessed me. Today's not Trans Day of Visibility, but Sunday is. Look at me, I'm visible. I make art and shit. I'm probably gonna be pretty active on Sunday, just for the sake of celebrating that day. Cause it's nice having a day where I could just be like, look at me! I'm here. I'm queer. Get used to it. Man, remember when people said that phrase all the time? I kinda miss that. We're here, we're queer, get used to it. Whatever happened to that? That was nice. That was fun. Oh, oh what? My pin. No, I shouldn't do that. I shouldn't land the shading right now. I think I'll probably do some alts for the sake of making this like a user post for Trans Day of Visibility. Because then I could be like, this artist is trans, this user is trans, this user is non-binary, this user is genderqueer, gender fluid, etc, etc. I think it'd be fun. Maybe not though. I think I'll just do my own flags. Alright, it's time to clean some stuff up. I like that they featured a bunch of cut songs in the soundtrack. Cause like I like a lot of the cut tracks. And besides, you don't want that music collecting dust. Every song is precious. Honestly, back on the topic of Twitter, it really is such a no man's land now, but it's extremely important to have a Twitter to grow an audience. I usually try not to spend very much time perusing it. And for those wondering why I have a certain typing style, it's because it just forces me to spend more time to really think about what I'm going to say and to make sure that like there's no spelling mistakes, that I don't miss anything. It's just in general a good way to just keep track of what you're doing, what you're saying, so you don't just impulsively say something that you could potentially regret. I very rarely tweet anyway, maybe once a day, but there have been a few days where I just haven't done anything. But yeah, I would recommend using some sort of like typing style. If you have a problem with impulsively tweeting, or if like you just want to make sure you don't impulsively tweet. I think it would be very helpful. Cause like, yeah. I've seen plenty of people tweet things that they regret, and like, yeah, you could delete a tweet, but people keep receipts. So like, just don't do that. Just don't make the mistake in the first place. And like, that's easier said than done, but like, if you can avoid it, then like, I say you should put in the effort to try to avoid it. I do understand how some people could potentially view typing styles as unserious. Well, like, does it matter? Like, it's important to understand, like, typing a specific way shouldn't have to detract from like the intent. Especially since like I just recently found out that apparently some people can see it insensitive, like if you say something serious, but in the typeface, I suppose certain typing styles could like incite that more than others. Because I just learned that like apparently some people don't like it whenever you use a typing style with certain types of posts. No, obviously there'd be certain things like super serious things like quote unquote addressing allegations or something like that. Like something super serious like that. But I feel like if you're like spreading awareness and just using your same general typing style, then like I don't think it would be too big of a deal. Cause like then people are like, oh yeah, it's that person. They're saying something about it. Like I feel like typing style can help with like recognition, and Twitter's the only place where I use a typing style, and I only do it because I think it's fun and it's engaging for me specifically, because like I don't want to fuck up what I'm trying to say. And even then I've had some grammar mistakes, but nothing else past that. I don't know, Twitter's weird. But thankfully my Twitter is still fairly small, so I haven't had to deal with any sort of nonsense or anything like that yet. There we go, that's something. I think I might extend this a little further back, actually. There we go. I don't know. I forgot that people on Twitter sometimes will just like quote unquote call you out for something that's not even bad. I saw like some kid, like some person was like, you're 14 but you have 13 and under DNI in your bio, lol. And like it was such like a just a silly whatever passing, and then this person who was being like called out for doing something that silly was like, oh yeah, remember whenever you used a typing style to talk about this serious thing? Yeah, L plus ratio, lol. And it's like, what is going on? Like, what? This is not a serious thing. Like, it's Twitter. It's just how Twitter is. But like, sometimes it's really silly coming across these things. As someone who spends quite a bit of time interacting with real flesh and blood people, and, you know, is also an adult with a fairly well-matured brain, like, there are bigger things to worry about than quote-unquote calling somebody out for using a typing style. But it was a good reminder that like some people could see that as a bad thing. So I'll have to keep that in mind in the future. But I just don't do much on Twitter anyway. I mostly just use it as a place to just share things and like just do whatever. Not really intended to be a super engaging thing. Ooh, you know what I would love to play on stream? I'd love to play the Metroid Prime trilogy. I just want to play Metroid games in general on stream, but I don't have a capture card, and I don't know how I feel about using emulators. No, it's just emulators are a little risky in general, not to mention Nintendo tends to completely destroy them the moment they find out they exist. Oh. I'd rather find a way to just play them directly from the console. Because I have the collector's edition. Just trying to look over and hit my microphone, sorry. Because I have the collector's edition for the Wii. And it was expensive to get a hold of, but I have it, and it's nice, and it has a metal case and everything. And I think it would be fun to play those games on stream. It would be nice to play Prime 1 Remastered, because like I haven't played that, and it looks very pretty. But I don't know, I haven't bought it yet. I would like to, though. But I think one of the main reasons why I wouldn't want to play the Prime games on emulator is because, like, Wii controls on an emulator just seem very awkward. And I'm not familiar with emulators in general. That's why I would want a capture card instead, but I need to do some research on those. Because I've been talking since like the beginning of my streaming career about playing console games and getting a capture card. But that there are certain games that I'll never be able to play because there's no way to capture them really, except on emulator. But like, that's whenever I would pull out an emulator or a website. Because I'm more familiar with playing handheld games on an emulator website. I just think it'd be fun to play some of my favorite childhood games and not childhood games. Because I say that because I brought up Nintendo games, but I didn't really get into the Metroid franchise until I was 16. So all of my love is not rooted in nostalgia, but rather just the fact that it's cool and I like pretty women. I like strong women. Alright. Yeah, I did say earlier that I would just make another layer and go over this, but I decided to do otherwise because why not? I tend to not really make sketch layers anyway. I just clean up the sketch. Which I do think more people should do that, because like line art is a pain in the ass and it just takes more time. You gotta relish in your flaws. You gotta embrace them. Because that's how you progress. You know, you grow and learn. You gotta embrace the bad to get better. It really can apply to a lot of things, including like if you deal with chronic pain, because I deal with chronic pain, and coming to terms with that and accepting that that's something I deal with was like the first major step to how I was able to get to where I am. Understanding that I'm sick and fucked up and I need to get better. I can't just ignore it. I don't know, drawing streams are always the time to get all smart and philosophical for some reason. So there's your bit of... There's some of your... Sammy's wise words of wisdom for the week. Oh, I love this song. I might actually doodle something else off stream and post that today. Not on Instagram though, but I've been thinking about doodling some little bit of fan art for another VTuber. Cause there's a joke I've been wanting to make. I think it'd be fun. So I might decide to do that after stream today. Hold on, I'm adjusting myself. I was all curled up in my chair, but I need to not do that. I need to learn to not be like that. That's not good for my knees. I literally have a pillow under my desk for my feet. And I need to remember to use that. I don't like putting my poor blood flow feet on the cold, unforgiving hardwood floor. Because I think that was the main reason why I always put my feet up in my chair with me, all curled up in a ball. It's interesting hearing the war part of the secret song because I never really hear it ever. Anytime I've seen like someone do like a 100% playthrough, they go through the secret sections in war so fast. It's like, it's not even funny. It's so crazy. I need to avoid tangents. That's not good. There's still one problem that I have with my art pretty regularly, and it's fucking tangents. Because tangents can mess with the form of your piece, make things look like they're connected. Oh, Jeeps the meme song. Remember when they were called animation memes and not trends? Those were the days. I liked that animation meme though, it was pretty funny. It was fun altogether. Also, once again, I forgot. I forgot to announce my stream to Twitter, but you know what? I'm gonna make a joke about it instead. Or not a joke, but just be like, I keep forgetting to update here when I go live. I just remembered you can't really... Well, I could probably say it, but like, I'll just do the acronym for Trans Day of Visibility instead. My streams are fairly short anyway, so by the time somebody sees, I'm usually not live anymore. But I will still tweet about it anyway. Boom. Here we go. Alright, back to business. No, that's not quite right. That's something. I need to clean up the hairline in general. It's not very good. That's way better. There we go. Oh, it's almost 3, so we're about to enter the precarious window of the groceries arriving at some time. I just remembered what my dad told me. That he said that the moment I reach like 15 average viewers, then he will stop bothering me to do things while I stream. And like I had to really like deeply explain. I had to really deeply explain how like stats and stuff work on Twitch. Cause like my mom was like, wait, but don't you have like a bunch of follows? Or a bunch of subscribers? And like I had to tell her there's a difference between followers and subscribers. Subscribers pay money. And yes, I have like 43 follows right now. I did have 44, but I think somebody got like deleted or banned or something. It was the show feet person. Cause they completely disappeared from my activity feed. Cause they changed their name to Please Show Below Ankles, and then they probably got banned for like inappropriate behavior or something like that, judging by their the intent behind their username. But then I had to explain to both of them how stats work. Oh? What? Huh? Huh? Hold on. What? Why? Huh? What's going on? Why is... What? Huh? What the hell? What is going on with my brush? What the fuck? Did I do something? What is going on? Why is it behaving like an eraser? Like, that is the eraser brush. What the fuck? Hold on. They're all be- Did I do something? Did I press a button? Oh, fuck. I was in eraser mode? I didn't even know this tablet pen was capable of that. Hold on. Thank you. Fucking finally. Jeez, that was weird. I didn't even know I could do that, and I've had this tablet for like 4 years, I think. What the fuck? That shit. Hold on. I need to mess with my buttons and no action. Or just right click. That's fine. Fuck's sake. Anyway, I also had to explain to both of them how that works, because like there's a difference between having 15 viewers, period, versus having like an average of 15 viewers. I had to explain that to my dad. Like you can't really count how many individual people visited your stream, because like I think I usually have about like 6, maybe 7 people, unique people visit my stream, but that doesn't really account for like the average viewership. Like I usually have an average of 1 viewer, maybe 1.2 or 1.3, which is much better than it used to be. Cause like before, like I'd consistently have an average of like maybe like 1 point, or not 1 point, but 0.2 or 3 on like a good day. But then things suddenly got a little more consistent, and that was nice. So things took a sudden turn for the better since the new year, which was super nice. That's one of the reasons why I'm so excited for my anniversary, because I guess it is technically like a re-debut of sorts. I never really debuted, I just kind of started streaming. But like, it will, I don't know if I should call it a re-debut or just a debut in general. I've seen some people advise against debuting in general, and like, to be honest, I didn't even know what a debut was whenever I started streaming. I just heard of VTubers and I was like, oh, I want to do that, and I did it without any sort of knowledge or anything like that. So that was fun. It was fun learning about how debuts and stuff like that work. Yeah, right. Yeah, it's nice cleaning up my line work, because then like I can incorporate more line weight. I really should get a new drawing tablet. Because hand-eye coordination can only get you so far. It's a little bit difficult. I think it would be nice to have a drawing tablet. A drawing tablet with a screen, because this drawing tablet still works perfectly fine, and like it's good quality, but you know, it's always nice to have some sort of upgrade. Actually, I need to bring this down. Excuse me, but as you can see, I'm struggling making this line look good. I think I might just need to shrink my eraser down. Also, one thing you may notice about when I draw, I do not use keyboard shortcuts. I kind of sort of can't because I'm left-handed. And not to mention any sort of tools made to alleviate that, even then, are still made for right-handed artists. Like, I've seen things like that weird little Adobe whatever thingamajig, and it's like, sure, that sure would be neat if it worked with me, but I'm left-handed, so nope. So what I usually do is I use my mouse to zoom in and out. This is my just what I've done since I was like 14. I've always done it this way. I got Clip Studio Paint when I was like either 15 or 16. but I hopped around various drawing programs before then, and one thing I always did was I used my mouse to zoom in and out, and then I used my little drawing tablet for literally everything else. Like, I click undo and redo manually, and I click my tools manually. I think the only exceptions are whenever hotkeys are necessary. Like with Asaprite. I haven't messed with Asaprite in a long time. But I had to use Control Z and Control Y pretty regularly because otherwise you'd have to go into a drop-down menu to undo and redo. So it was really, really annoying. But yeah, no, I don't have to worry about that. That's why I like Clip Studio Paint, because like you can use your tablet for literally everything. You don't need to use hotkeys at all. It's extremely touch friendly. Tablet, touchscreen, etc., etc. Like, you don't need to use keys at all. But then there's other things like Photoshop, and I tried Photoshop once, but I learned that it's basically mandatory to use keyboard shortcuts. So I messed with it for like half an hour, but like since I couldn't really find undo or redo, I was just like, what the fuck is this bullshit? And I just stopped messing with it. I do not like Photoshop very much. Not when Clip Studio Paint exists. Clip Studio is just, in general, better. And I've been thinking about purchasing version 3.0. I know people have made like a big ol' fuss about the fact that you have to pay to upgrade, but like it's a one-time purchase. And they do have a subscription plan, but that is totally optional. Like my desktop version that I have is Pro, and my laptop version is EX. So there are like different things I could do with both, but it's just so nice having that option. Like, I only had to pay once for EX to upgrade to that. And like I would have to pay again to incorporate that into the copy I have on my desktop. But I'm fine with that. I'm totally fine with that because EX offers a lot of things on top of what Pro already offers. But I don't think I would upgrade my desktop version to EX just simply because like I only use this for like casual drawing streams. I do not use it for anything else, except for updating my stream schedule every week, but that's because all I have to do is update the text on it. It's super nice. Like here, you know what? I'll show you. I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. Like every week, I update my schedule template. This is this week, so today it's Friday. But look at all these. Look at all this over here. And I've actually updated this. And it still has the old drawing files. So, it still has this old look. And this as well. But this is the current one. And I also made this one. Which layer did I just... There we... Which... You. Or you. You. Yeah, there we go. And this layer, this is what I use for my spring break. Yeah, oopsie, I didn't mean to. Where's that layer? There you go. But yeah. I just mess with certain things to update them. I used to manually edit the font as well to fit a specific aesthetic, but I decided to stop doing that because it takes too long. So I'm just not gonna do that anymore. The Copperplate Gothic Bold is the font I use, because I just think it looks nice. I think it's neat. Might add something else onto this. Because this pose feels kind of pointless on its own. I wanted to add like an arm or something, but I need to figure out what kind of angle to use for that. There we go. That's nice. Hello! I'm doing good, just working on my piece for Trans Day of Visibility. I think next week I have another drawing in mind as well, so that'll be nice. It's nice having ideas for what I'm going to be doing on the drawing streams. As like, sometimes I just hop in like, I don't know what I'm gonna draw. But since today I had an idea. As Trans Day of Visibility is on Sunday, so I was like, oh, I know, I could just draw it on Friday. That'll make things easier for me. Yeah. I mean, I am getting a degree in art, so it definitely benefits me to just be doing art on the regular. Yeah, not to mention this weekend I'm going to be working on one of my projects for one of my classes. It's gonna be a big ass book and I'm making it myself. Oh man, that reminds me, I did this one thing last semester where I collaged an entire book. Yeah, I'm making a book. Not like a classic book, but like it'll have pages and stuff, and it's like really big. Like I'd say 15 inches by 22 inches, so it's pretty large in terms of those dimensions, but like more specifically it has like 3 sections where like you open it up, so like its full dimensions would be 22 by 30. And it's gonna be a very visual book. I'm gonna make like fictional maps. No, it's not a novel. It's like a map book. But I'm not writing a book. I'm physically making a book, like thread-bound type of book. You know, when I say I'm making a book, I mean like I'm physically constructing a book. Yeah. I'm not really a writer. I mean, I'm good at writing like reports and essays and stuff, but past that, I feel like I'm not very like super good at writing. I don't know, I haven't really spent much time with creative writing. I could probably do alright, but like, I don't know, I've never really tried. I'm better at telling stories through visuals rather than through words. Yeah, I'm very much a show, don't tell kind of person. Not really angry. But I do tend to be a little aggressive whenever I'm like excited about something. Not with the intent of like coming off as mean, but like just like ah ha ha. I'm just a very passionate person. I tend to do this a lot where like my drawings have like a very particular look whenever I'm like trying to be all excited, like one of my profile pictures. This one. Where you're like, wow kind of thing. Besides, I think it's fun to have something a little stronger for Trans Day of Visibility. Cause like my Trans Day of Visibility piece from last year, let me look for it. The piece was more chill, but chill really isn't my style, so hold on. Let's see. Oh, it's not in there. It must be in here. Where is it? Where are you? I made so many things last year. It's so hard to look for something. Can I put it in here? No? Where is it? Oh, it might be in my Society 6 file. Oh yeah, I used to have a Society 6 store, but I completely got rid of it because they introduced a new policy where like you can only have like 10 designs up for free, and then you have to pay to upload any more designs. It's stupid. But yeah, this is the little drawing I did. Also, I just realized my window for Clip Studio Paint is a little bit off. There we go. Well, maybe a little bit out. Perfect. Alright. Yeah, this is my old piece. It's very chill, but this was also before I started streaming. But yeah, I wanted to make something more in line with me. Yeah, a lot of people liked it whenever I posted it. Yeah, that one's from a year ago. I wanted to make something more dynamic, not with the intent of making it a sticker or anything. Yeah, if I do ever decide to have merchandise again, I'd rather make something a little higher quality. I'd rather wait a while. Wait until like more people want something like that. I'm a tiny streamer, so investing in merch would just financially hurt me. Which it's such a sad thing to say that, cause like I'd love to make merch, but It wouldn't do me any good to do that right now. But I'd probably start with just something simple, like just stickers. As like a starting point, because stickers are fairly cheap to produce. But like it's so hard to really today has been pretty chill. Honestly, with how things have been turning out with any sort of platform that was accessible to small businesses, like Etsy is just like a shithole now. They have completely destroyed their original intent. Oh yeah, today is Good Friday. That's right. Sunday is also Easter. I forgot about that. And I forgot today was a holiday technically. I totally forgot. Yeah, Etsy is a nightmare now. Because originally it was a great place to start out as a small business, and now all they care about is like just doing the same thing as everybody else. And not to mention the fact that they would like incrementally increase fees towards these small businesses that they're supposedly supporting. So like it's sad. It's very sad. It's weird that Easter is in March this year. I've said that before, but like my brain just doesn't really get it. It's weird. But apparently the earliest day Easter can be on is March 22nd, but that is extremely rare. And the last time it happened was in the 19th century, in the 1800s. I'm almost done with the main line art. I like the idea of suggested lines, but oh, by the way, I have groceries coming at some point within the next like half hour, so I might have to take a small break soon. Well, actually, I will have to take a small break soon because my dad was like, "Hey, you gotta get the groceries." Yeah, I hope so too. I don't know what all he got. I know he got me more soap, so that's nice. Oh, and chicken pot pies. I love pot pies. You got more of those too. Ooh, this hair doesn't really look good as is, so let's make that a little more like this. I could not wait for the pot pies. I don't know what else he got though. Well, I know you can make pot pies. You can make them fairly easy, like yeah. I know you can I think most of the ingredients in the one I eat, like I think I remember the way my parents have made pot pies in the past. Oop. I have 3 minutes. 3 minutos until the groceries get here. But I remember that puff pastry is a really good way to make the crust for the pot pie. And you can get like these little porcelain dishes so you can bake them in the oven. Some general fillings for like ideas would be like chicken, of course, and then carrots, peas, celery, that kind of stuff. It's pretty yummy. Excuse me. And they do use a bit of chicken broth, but I think, yeah, it's not sweet. It's a savory type of pie. Yeah, it's pretty yummy. Yeah, I can't imagine a chicken pot pie being sweet, honestly. But that's a good question, because like normally when you hear the word pie, you think of something sweet. But yeah, they're pretty good. Very good, like, quick dinner if you can find instant pot pies. But like, I'm sure if you can make them, then like, you can save any leftover pies to heat up at a different time. They're pretty good. Because like, that's one of those foods that like, if it sits and in the fridge for like a day, then like it tastes better. Because like, everything gets to really like absorb the flavor. Yeah, I figured, because you haven't been able to find any. But yeah, if you do make some, then you can save some in the fridge and then reheat them like the following day. Really, anything with chicken that like you can save and reheat later tends to taste better after. Because it absorbs all the flavor. All the flavors. Groceries should be here by now, but I'd like to wait until the doorbell rings. But maybe not. It's been 4 minutes. Nice! Alright. Oh yeah, I shall be right back. Groceries are probably being dropped off now. I want to make sure I get them. Oh my god, that took so much longer than I thought it would. I'm so sorry. My dad bought like the entire store. I don't know why he got so much stuff this time. It's all put away. Thank you for staying for the 20 minutes I was gone. I didn't realize it would take that long. Jeez. But my parents are going on a trip in a couple weeks, so I guess my dad was like, well, let me prepare just in case my child doesn't know how to feed themselves even though they're 22. I suppose he's just worried about me, but it's still kind of funny to think about like that. It's like, dude, you don't need to buy a gazillion dollars worth of food. You're only gonna be gone for 4 days. It was the good shit. And I don't know why he bought me more tea. I now currently have 8 boxes of tea and I do not need that many boxes. I haven't even finished the first box. Like, dude, you did not need to buy that much stuff, but thank you. I can tell that a lot of these items are probably like he wants to cook a bunch before they leave. So that's probably part of it, is that he just wants to have stuff to make before his little vacation. And I got more of my pad pies. Yeah, there we go. Look at that hair. Good hair. Honestly, I was expecting my dad to only get like a small amount of groceries, but like the guy at the door just kept bringing more and more. Like, oh my god, how much did you order, Dad? The answer is a lot. Like, I could barely fit the stuff he ordered in the pantry. Honestly, there's a good chance that like there's a few items in there that weren't supposed to be in our order. But yeah. I'm a little concerned though, cause like, you know, he spent a lot of money on those groceries. I haven't seen him order this much stuff in one grocery order in quite some time. Also, a little bit of context, we do order our groceries online. I don't know if it's DoorDash or if it's something else. I think it is DoorDash. And it's something that most people did back when COVID was like really bad, but it's still something my parents do because they're both disabled. And it's just better for them to do that. Not to mention, like, you can get sick if you go out to the store. And my mom had a brief period of time where her immune system was really bad, so that's just kind of what we do. Because, yeah, grocery trips have usually resulted in my dad hurting himself because of his issues. He deals with physical problems because of XYZs, like a gazillion different things. And besides, it's not really my place to share the intricate details. But yeah, I just wanted to make that clear because I have a feeling that some people see, yeah, you can get sick from just going to the grocery store. And usually a lot of people take their small children with them. And unfortunately, small children do tend to be like a hot spot for illness. Because they haven't been, they don't really understand like how to consistently and regularly protect themselves from that kind of stuff. They just haven't picked up those habits yet. But yeah, my mom had a brief phase where her immune system was completely shot because I don't know why. I'm not entirely sure exactly what it was, but I think it was just like she had some sort of like allergic reaction to one of the COVID boosters. It was weird too. So she can't get those either. So that makes her high risk. Both of my parents are high risk in general. I'm not high risk on my own, but because I live with two high risk people, that does make me high risk as well. Just like, yeah, one of the COVID boosters, I think it was the second one. I'm not entirely sure why. I think it was just her body became allergic to it for some reason. And that just kind of happens sometimes. It's very rare, but you can just become allergic to something. But yeah, she just got extremely unlucky with that. So my dad and I have to get those. But she can't. And like, it felt like such a weird twist of fate because my mom and I felt like we had to protect dad because if he got sick with this, that would be very bad news. But, surprise! Now you both have to be careful with it. It is what it is. And I wanted to make it clear why we order our groceries online because I know some people... Knowing how the internet is, I know some people would be like, wow, they're so privileged and stuck up. You order groceries online? It's for safety. Good. It's really good to know. Thank you for that. But you can never be too careful. And I guess I mostly brought that up because I've seen some people say some ableist nonsense because for some disabled people it's easier to order something than it is to make something in the kitchen. Like yeah, that's just how it is. Because like people make it sound like you just walk into the kitchen and voila, you got food, but no. It takes work and energy, and some people can't really do that regularly, so ordering online is a lot easier. So I guess that's why I felt the need to clarify on all that. But you know, it's just people on the internet being people on the internet. I shouldn't have to explain things like that. I guess I just felt the need to, mostly because I am afraid of conflict. On the internet specifically, because like conflict in person is fairly easy to deal with. You just have a discussion and then like you understand XYZ and then boom. But it doesn't work that way on the internet. Because some people, like, regardless of what you do, they'll just be like, well, fuck you anyway. So, yeah. Let's see. I'm gonna go down like this. Let's see. might not add the extra arm, but we'll see. See how it works. Might have to adjust it or something, because like the joint is off screen, so like I had to figure out how to properly map this. You just end something conversation with, okay, I don't really care, but you were dumb, bye bye. Yeah, and you can just block them. Like I've had some unsavory comments on a few of my videos on YouTube because for some reason I forgot that YouTube can be a bit of an unsavory place. And I just delete them. Just like, get out of here. I don't need you ruining other people's vibes. This isn't for you. I think my favorite one to remember is this one person commented on one of my comic voiceovers. I only did 2 of them, but it was the first one I did. And they were like, maybe you should learn biology and then blah blah blah, you know? And dude, I'm literally a biologist. I'm taking evolution next semester. Like, you are stupid. Shut the fuck up. Bye. Yeah, I hate it whenever transphobes are all like, blah blah biology, blah blah blah. Like, dude, I am a biologist. Stop it. Shut the fuck up. I'm not a biology major, but I do know quite a bit about all that stuff because I've taken genetics and I'm going to take evolution. I've been having a major focus on microbiology. Because, like, it's just a bit easier if biology is your minor, but yeah, biology literally says trans rights, so. People be stupid on the internet. So, but I have the power to delete your comment if you're dumb. If you're being an asshole and being dumb at the same time. Like, I think my favorite one is whenever somebody says, like, facts don't care about your feelings. Guess what? You're right. Facts don't care about your feelings. Biology literally supports the existence of trans people. Yeah, there's your little fun fact while I work on a Trans Day of Visibility drawing. Biology literally supports the existence of trans people because guess what? Both gender and sex are fluid. And that's something that not very many people know about. Because, like, the unfortunate side effect of simplifying biology in early education is that it can lead to quite a bit of misinformation. Like, I'll tell you one of my least favorite things from early biology education is the fucking Punnett square. I do not like the Punnett square. Because it is an extremely inaccurate... It unfortunately... Like, I understand the intention. That, like, it's supposed to show that, like, dominant genes, like, override recessive genes, but you can still carry the recessive gene. Like, that's the point. That's the intention behind it. But, unfortunately, it's... gets misinterpreted as like this is just how genes work, but no, it's just like it just shows that typically this is what usually happens with specific genes, but that is not how inheritance actually works for the most part. It's a lot more complicated because everything's a lot more complicated. And I just like if you're a transphobe, don't use the biology argument because you're just wrong. Like if you're gonna be a transphobe, just wallow in your stupidity and just be like, oh, I just don't like trans people. Like just be honest. Don't try to hide behind your lies. Just tell everybody what you really mean. Yeah, well, it's like, it's not too super complicated. I don't think so. As long as you respect it, there's no real issue. You'll sometimes come across insecure people. Yeah, and that's fine. But like, you might come across some insecure people that do have a problem with you not really understanding. But like, I've encountered plenty of people who are like, I'm not a transphobe. There's just certain things I don't really understand. And I've been like, that's okay. You're trying, and that's what counts. But like, I am a mature adult who understands this kind of stuff. And besides, there's also like language barriers that can cause problems as well. Yeah, the interesting thing about the term ignorant is that it has changed in recent times. And the original definition was just someone who doesn't know something, but it has changed into a very negative term. So like, usually when you think of the term ignorant, you think of like someone who's willingly being dumb, but like, no, it's not necessarily true. Like, you just don't really understand certain things, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I can very obviously tell that like, you don't do it in the intent of being an asshole. But yeah, just be careful, because like, I know some people will misinterpret that as you being an asshole, but I can tell that you mean well. I mean, you're literally watching me, and I'm non-binary, so you wouldn't be here if you were a transphobe. Yeah, I guess just my whole point is like, I find it annoying when people say blah 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 biology, because they always say something wildly incorrect about biology. Because yeah, I know a pretty solid amount of advanced biology because I've been studying that. Things that get the least of pronouns in Hungarian, there are no such thing as she or he in a sentence. Yeah, then that's a very important thing to talk about. Like that's yeah, exactly. Like, there are some languages that don't have like gendered terms used to refer to another person. Like, that's a very important point to make. Like, a lot of people don't really get that, and there's something kind of like that in Spanish. And I know a bit of Spanish, but it's a little complicated because Spanish is a very binary language. And like, I've seen some people make strives to like try to improve that, but like, that's really complicated, and the language has been around for a long time. And yeah, there are some languages that don't have gendered terms, and there are some languages that have simple gendered terms, or like gendered terms just in referring to the self. Like, here, I'll give you a great example. In Japanese, you don't refer to other people specifically with gender for the most part, but the way you refer to yourself can like help people infer what your gender is, but those terms don't necessarily give it away. Like watashi is typically seen as something that women use, but men use it as well. So yeah, there's like masculine and feminine ways of referring to the self, but that doesn't necessarily equate to something like pronouns. Yeah, some words have gender. Does German really do that too? Because I thought it was mostly just Latin languages, like Spanish, French, and Italian. But yeah, that whenever things get complicated like that, it's very important to understand that some things just like, you gotta find a workaround, or like just stick with what you got. Because like in Spanish, since Spanish is a binary language. Yeah, it can get pretty frustrating speaking in like a fairly genderless language like English. Just from my perspective, to transitioning into something like Spanish where like you have to remember the gender of words, it can be very frustrating. I could a city be a woman, but another one a man. How should I know this? Oh, and it gets even more complicated in Spanish because then you got terms that like sound like they're supposed to be one, but they're actually the other. Like la mano, like hand. The term for hand is la mano, but since mano sounds like it'd be masculine, a lot of people are like el mano, but it's actually la mano, las manos. It's so it's funny looking back now because I have a pretty solid understanding of Spanish. I can't conversate in it for shit, but I have a good understanding of the language. And like in Spanish, originally I didn't really care if I was referred to with masculine or feminine terms, but I actually prefer masculine terms. I prefer to be referred to in a masculine sense. Yeah, if it's an it's usually feminine. If it's it's usually masculine. But there are some terms that aren't masculine or feminine, like inteligente, but that's an adjective. So you don't really need to worry about like follow-up terms for that. But yeah, language is interesting, and like a lot of the whole discussion about like gender and language usually is very English centric, and I've had a personal problem with that as well. Because like I know that the term Latinx or Latinx exists, but the thing about that term is that it's not compliant with how Spanish works. It doesn't really work. And like Latine works more like phonetically and under like how Spanish works. But like a lot of people don't know that term yet. I believe the term was mostly coined by, you know, like native English speakers, so there is definitely a source of ignorance about it. In some senses, there's a lot of discussion that I can't really like fully interpolate or really like give my 2 cents on because I'm not a native Spanish speaker and I am not a Hispanic or Latino in any sense. So like that's not really something that I can fully say like yes or no on. But like I've understand that there's been controversy around it. And just Latinx just doesn't really flow into Spanish. That's very much like that's very much something that you can tell an English speaker made up. But Latine makes more sense. But then again, Spanish is a very binary language, so it's hard to integrate. And it's hard to make there are various Spanish words that also can't really be made gender neutral. Like niño or niña can't really be made into niñe because I believe that's already a word that exists. Like there will be a lot of cases of like oh, just put an E on it instead, and like that doesn't work because there's already a word that exists that's exactly like that. And you could potentially fix it by introducing accents, because accents are good at distinguishing between words like esta versus esta, but not always. Besides, changing an entire language by adding another section like that, by basically adding a quote-unquote third gender, even though non-binary is not a third gender, but like in terms of language it would be a third section. That would be extremely difficult. So like there's always those practicality issues, like if you were to do something like that, it would take a very long time to properly integrate it into a language like that. Not to mention, Spanish has so many local dialects as well. Like, it's so complicated. Like, I'm pretty familiar with Spanish, but like, I remember watching a clip that had Colombian Spanish, but like, I could not understand anything the guy was saying. My mom was like, "What's he saying?" And I was just like, I have no idea. I can't understand him. So like, I can understand like Mexican Spanish, Puerto Rican Spanish, and I believe a bit of Ecuadorian Spanish as well, but like, I don't know about other places. It gets a little complicated past a certain point. It's like, you gotta ask a native speaker about that kind of stuff. You can't just like impose English rules on a non-English language. That's just mean. And also, it really does give like colonial vibes. So it's got like a bit of like supremacist kind of vibes. And like, I know that's a bit extreme to say, but like, you can't really impose English rules on a non-English language because languages are extremely complicated. Yeah, like you said, some languages don't have pronouns at all. I believe Mandarin is also like that. And like, what's really interesting is that some people actually prefer, like, when they learn English, they actually prefer to just be referred to by name, but not with pronouns. I remember seeing that some people actually do feel that way, and that's pretty interesting. And that doesn't necessarily make someone transgender, but like, it's just more of like showing how complicated language is, how diverse it can be, and I think that's really cool. And yeah, I am a non-binary person, but I totally understand, like, things are complicated. Language is complicated, and that there are certain things that just cannot be substituted. That's why with, like, dubs of things, it's called a localization, not a translation, because there are certain things that just can't be directly translated. Like jokes, for example, like, Undertale's Japanese localization, there's a joke that Temmie says, but like, it just could not be translated to Japanese effectively without losing the punchline or the humor. So Toby just made an entirely different punchline altogether. And that's localization. And I feel like a lot of people who say these strange things about other languages are usually monolingual. Like, they only know one language, and it's usually English speakers because, excuse me, it's not really required to learn another language here in the United States if you know English. Not until like you're in high school or something. But thankfully, since I live on the US-Mexico border, it is a requirement to learn another language at my university, and so I took a lot of Spanish. So I'm fairly familiar with how Spanish works in terms of like grammar and stuff, but like, I'm not good at conversating in it at all. I haven't really made any rules about language in my chat, but I'd probably have like English and simplified Spanish. Oh, that's so true. French is so complicated. But I've also been dealing with the dilemma of like, at some point in my life, I want to immigrate elsewhere. I want to leave the United States and live in a different country. And like, that it could potentially involve learning another language. And oh, I don't know. It's a lot. Learning another language can be extremely exhausting, but it's worth it overall. But yeah, it's just a lot to take on. So like whenever someone who only knows English is like, oh my god, just learn English, it can't be that hard. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Do you have any idea how hard it is to learn another language? It's so hard. It's so hard. And it can be very frustrating. Like if you're trying to convey something, but like you don't know the words to do that properly yet. It's a lot. And like I feel like monolingual people don't really understand that. Yeah. Like I sometimes try to use a little bit of Spanish, and like I always try to be understanding with things like that. And I also have this tendency when speaking to use big words. No, not on purpose to like look smart or anything, but like I just like I'm the type of person that likes to convey exactly what I mean. I don't like miscommunications or anything like that. And I know that some people out there use big words with the intent of looking smart or being like quote-unquote superior, and that's never my own intention. I try to make it clear, like if you ever hear me use like big fancy words, like I'm not doing that to try to look smart or anything. I'm just trying to say specifically exactly what I need to say. And I've had to make that clear to some of my friends before. Yeah, when you can understand, but you can't form proper sentences. That's the phase that I've been stuck in, because I've had to deal with a lot of Spanish teachers that didn't properly engage me. Like, we didn't do any sort of conversation practices or anything like that, so I never got to really properly learn that. But I understand it pretty well, and I can form simple sentences for the most part. I might sometimes get stuck and just sit there like, give me a second, I'm processing, hold on. I'm like running on dial-up when I try to speak in Spanish. So yeah, I'll probably introduce a language rule in my chat. Like, you can speak in simple Spanish, but like, keep in mind that I am not super fluent in Spanish. It would be a good opportunity to practice. I do get embarrassed about not being super good at speaking Spanish, even though I've been through like advanced classes. But that's mostly because like how I've seen other people respond to like people not being perfect at speaking their non-native language. So like that pressure managed to bleed into how I viewed my own progress. Hola, ¿cómo estás? Yeah, very, very simple Spanish. And also the most useful phrase of all. ¿Cómo se dice? How do you say? Insert your word of choice. ¿Cómo se dice? El baño in inglés. It's the bathroom. And I've seen some streamers that are attempting to learn Spanish, and that's really nice to see. And they're so excited. They're so excited. And I love seeing that people are excited to learn another language. Cause like learning another language is nice because then like you can communicate with more people. Like I've been wanting to learn American Sign Language, but I haven't really been able to take the time to do so. And I know how to fingerspell most of the letters in the alphabet, but like that's not gonna really get you very far. And it takes forever. And besides, that would be restricted to just the United States, because it's American Sign Language. But then you got other ones like British Sign Language. I've actually heard that a lot of people prefer American Sign Language over other places like British Sign Language, because American Sign Language has gotten to the point where you only really need to use one hand. For the most part, you only really need one hand. In British Sign Language, most things, if not all of them, require both hands. And the nice thing about only needing one hand is that, like, what if you're holding something? What if you only have one hand? Like, then, like, British Sign Language is gonna be mostly inaccessible. You won't really be able to talk. It's very restrictive. So at least we did one thing right. we made good sign language. If we could get anything correct, it's got to be at least one thing. We made some good sign language. Not to mention, there's usually at least like one sign that most people know, and it's the I love you sign. Which is really cool because it's a combination of I, L, and Y. Because it's like I is like with your pinky, and then L is with your index finger and your thumb, and then Y is with your pinky and your thumb. And you combine all three, you got the sign. It's so nice. So like most people know at least one sign because that's a very well-known sign. At least American English doesn't have the random silent U. Oh, do you mean like whenever there's... Oh yeah! Yeah, we decided to just get rid of that for some reason. I do think it's nice to add flair to words, but I do understand that, like, it's annoying for non-native speakers. Well, we have a lot of things that are annoying outside of native English speakers. But like, since I learned phonics in elementary school in like 1st grade, one thing I know is that phonics really helped with my spelling, so I've always been a big supporter of phonics as a subject, especially for non-native English speakers, because you learn how certain syllables work and why they're spelled a certain way. Yeah, that's really dumb, and that's a very much a local thing. Yeah, American English doesn't have those, but non-American English does have them. Like Canadian, British, and I believe Australian has it as well. But we are learning British English! Ah, those damn Brits. Ruining everything. Oh man, it reminds me. Me and my ADHD brain going zip 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 from one thing to another, seemingly unrelated, but I just remembered the Boston Tea Party and how, like, whenever I was a teenager, I learned just like the sheer magnitude of serious that it actually was in terms of the amount of tea that they dumped into the harbor. I remember, like, and whenever I learned about it as a kid, I was like, oh, they just dumped some tea in the harbor? Like tea bags or whatever? And the British got upset about that? Pfft. It's silly. But, like, once I learned, like, the true magnitude of the tea, then I was like, oh shit, no wonder they got upset. Because it was, like, these big slabs. Then, like, one of those slabs could last, like, a year. And it was like multiple giant crates of these slabs, like God damn! Like, it's millions of, like, in today money, it's like millions of US dollars worth of tea. Like, no wonder they were flipping shit. No wonder it's such a momentous thing. Yeah, it was like $400,000 worth of tea, I think, at the time. Or like 40,000, something like that. It was a lot. It was so much tea. And it was just dumped. Yeah, when I was a kid, I was like, okay, that's weird. British are very, very dramatic about their tea. But then I learned the amount and I was like, holy shit! That's so much tea! Like, no wonder they freaked out. God damn! My favorite tea? I love chai. I love chai so much. I have a cup of chai right now. I drink it all the time. It's my favorite. I get Teizo brand chai because a lot of brands have this tendency to make this really wimpy cinnamon black tea instead of chai. And Teizo doesn't do that. Teizo makes pretty good chai. Nice. I've had some black lemon tea. It's pretty good. Ooh. There we go. Yeah, I'm a tea enjoyer, mostly because for some reason, at like some point when I was in high school, I just developed a weird coffee intolerance. Not caffeine, keep in mind. Coffee. Because for some, always have to specify that, because for some reason, some people think caffeine and coffee are synonymous with each other. But they're not. They do not mean the same thing. Alright, there we go. Look at that. Now we can off light and duplicate. Let me make this gray just so that they're visible. It's color time! Really? You never liked coffee? Well, I mean, like, it depends on how you have it and like what kind of coffee. Like, you'll sometimes hear about like coffee elitists and them being all like, oh, my coffee beans were blessed by the sun. And they were grown in the far reaches of Colombia. But like, sometimes you just need to find the right coffee. But for the most part, I would just recommend it as a treat. Like something yummy and delicious. And just like add a bunch of sugar or something. Macchiatos and cappuccinos or whatever. I like mochas. Mochas are yummy. Yeah, some of those frou-frou drinks. I want to make something like supremely colorful. I'm gonna do the shading first because the base will be probably white for the skin color. I sometimes like to mess around with my VTubers colors, and I feel like that's most evident in my Valentine's post. Well, thank you. Yeah, I wanted that to look good. Where's my Valentine's post? Yeah, see? Like, sometimes I just mess around with the color. It's fun. So I'm gonna make this super colorful. Maybe a little bit eye strain territory, but we'll have to wait and see for that. think it's fun to mess around with colors. It's just nice. Like palette swaps in fighting games. Exactly! I love those. Those are so fun. Like, what if you took your character and gave them a different palette? It's fun. So, my VTuber isn't restricted to just the default green that you usually see. I like to mess around with other colors as well. Besides, it's fun to see what I can do. Can and can't do. All that fun stuff. Yeah, it's just the only reason why the green is the default is because green's my favorite color. Well, pink is also a favorite color of mine, but like, green is kind of my whole thing. I literally have green hair. And I wear a lot of green things. Green is just a color that's easier to incorporate into things. And how often do you come across a green VTuber? It's not nearly as often as pink VTubers. Green's a good color. Also, green works surprisingly well as a hair color, cause like, I remember finding the specific green that I used to dye my hair with. I haven't dyed my hair in a while, so my new growth is like really grown out, but it's a good shade of green. It's like alpine green. Yeah, it's a bit grown out, but I need to re-dye it soon. But yeah, I have green hair in real life as well. It's just kind of my thing, and nobody's treated it like a weird thing either, which is super cool. It just fits me. It just suits me very well. I'm the Joker, baby! I was wondering what you were trying to get at, and then it clicked, and I was like, ah, that's what you're saying. I get it now. Every time I think about the Joker, I think of that one animation somebody made where for some reason a piano fell on him. This is what I always think of, like, I'm the Joker, baby! I think it's so funny. I need to find that animation again, it's so funny. Oh, I missed a spot. I need to up my pen size for this. Cause like I keep death gripping my pen again, and I need to stop doing that. I might just need to mess with my... Yeah, I don't know where it originated from either, honestly. Yeah, it's so funny. Maybe it originated from one of the cartoons. I I'm the Joker, baby! I'm not good at a northern accent. I can try my best. I'm the Joker, baby! Blue. I don't use blue in my works as often as I should. I guess I've been thinking about that more because I'm working on this series of images that I'm doing in oil pastel. And I've been having to really think about like dynamic colors and color theory a lot more. Gotta love colors! And like the crazy thing about color theory is that sometimes you just kinda gotta feel it out and like understand how certain colors work. It's complicated, but it's fun whenever you got it right. It's so interesting seeing some people try to like rationalize certain aspects of art through education. But like there are just certain things that you just can't you just can't really do that with. Sometimes you just really genuinely have to feel it out and figure out your own way of doing it. And that includes perspective and color theory. And like seeing some visual examples does help. But like for the most part, it's definitely a skill that you have to train. I don't know, art's complicated, but it's fun whenever you get things right. Like, one thing I've noticed as I've gotten older and I've gotten closer to getting my bachelor's is that I more and more consistently have works that I'm satisfied with. Because I've been able to really train my skills. Like, I used to be shit at drawing backgrounds, and I don't really do that on any of my personal work, but I can draw a pretty mean background. Pretty solid, well done background. Like for one of my oil pastel pieces, I did this background in well, I like measured out certain things for certain pieces of it. But then after that, once I got to like the more organic part of it, I just felt it out. And I made this whole like lake scene. And it looks really good. I just sketched it out. I haven't done it in pastel yet. I'll be doing that on Tuesday. I'm really excited to see how it turns out, especially since I'm incorporating dynamic colors. Also, ever since I started lining my shadows and shading like this, I've noticed that I've improved very much on the dimensions of my shading because I just like quickly line it out, and it forces me to be really quick with mapping out everything. It's nice too. It's got the added bonus of having that cool little edge on it. They do, just a little bit. Water. Yeah, I just started thinking about the fact that, like, pretty much all of my regulars, except for, like, maybe one person, are all from Europe. Just in general. And, I think one unfortunate downside about the way metrics work is that, like, the United States is a very, very big place, so usually most of the time the biggest number you'll get for like an audience is from like the US in general. But I don't think it's fair because like the US really is just like 50 countries in a trench coat. It really is just like that. It's just 50 different places in a trench coat and then some, because there's also the territories such as Puerto Rico. And like I feel like if there was like a way to also like shorten some of your metrics down to like, oh, this is the amount of people you have viewing you from the continent of Europe, and then you could like go in there and see more specifics. I think that would be cool because you could also do the same thing with the US to see like how many people are from this state or that state. Like how many of my viewers are like from, let's say, Alaska or California or New York or something like that. And that'd be cool to know because like the US is so big that like one part of it is completely different from another. Like imagine talking to someone from Florida and then talking to someone from Alaska and expecting things to be the same. Like it's weird because like because technically the United States is my top metric, but I feel like it's a little imbalanced because each European country is counted separately. But I feel like if they were all accumulated together, then my European viewers would probably be considerably higher in comparison. Knowing the state in the US is like knowing the country in Europe. Yeah, like Norway is my second highest metric, and then following that is Hungary, probably because of you specifically. So like I'm pretty certain that I have a pretty strong European viewership, which is really interesting because I am an American. I think that's cool. I think that's neat. Knowing that like my top viewership is most definitely in Europe in general. Oopsie. Yeah! To you and to Hungary. You taught me about that one holiday. That was neat. But yeah, just sometimes when I think about my viewers in Europe, I think about how I've considered moving to Europe at some point. And I think that's neat how things just kind of lined up in that way. Like Europe is a place I've considered moving to, and people from Europe like my content. Do not come to Hungary. Alright. I honestly wasn't considering it as one of my options, but thank you for telling me that. I love it when people are like, "Hey, I'm from this place. Don't come here." Because I've had some of my friends here be like, "Don't go over the border by yourself." I wouldn't recommend it. By the way, I'm from there. It's so funny. Maybe I'll visit like Hungary on like a little trip, like a day trip maybe, after moving to whatever country I decide to move to. I still haven't decided because there's so many choices. And like there are a few that I've really considered. Like it's interesting that my second highest metric is Norway, specifically because I have considered moving there before because I know the healthcare is really good there. Budapest looks amazing, that's for sure. That's right, Budapest is in Hungary. Now you can tell that like the American education system has failed me and that I don't remember shit about what's where in Europe. Not bad. Besides, I really like historical architecture, so seeing that kind of stuff would be really lovely. But that just means that I'd visit a lot of different countries. There's so many places I could visit. There's so many countries in Europe. It's so cool. You know, now that I think about it, I feel like there's a lot of Americans that don't know that Czechia and Slovakia are separate countries now, because I remember being taught about Czechoslovakia and how like there wasn't really much mention about their separation at a different point in time. Yeah, that's understandable. Yeah, we have 50 of them, plus territories. There's technically more than 50 locations that belong to the United States. But the only territory I know of is Puerto Rico, but I do believe we own other places as well. Yeah, I was originally going to make the skin white, but I thought it'd be interesting if I did it blue instead, because last time I made a Transday visibility thing, I just like color picked the colors of the flag and did a very particular way of coloring it, mostly so I could also interchange the colors with other flag colors. Like I also did the non-binary flag and genderqueer flag. Those were my first 3 ones that I did, but I did a shit ton of other flags. Excuse me, just to give other people options. On my Society 6, I had it, but I don't have it anymore because Society 6 is dumb. Like, I remember getting that email and I was like, what the fuck? You know what? I'm just not gonna have a store anymore. Nobody bought anything from it, but it was still an option available, so having that taken from me made me a little angry. But yeah, there's 50 states! And like, people make fun of Americans for like not understanding a bunch of European geography, but like then like if you turn around and ask them like, oh yeah, can you name any of the 50 states? And they're like, oh, there's California, Texas, there's Florida. Those are the only ones where I know where they're at. And it's so funny. Like, don't make fun of us for not knowing where every European country is when you don't even know where every state is. Because like we do spend a lot of time learning about like the locations of every state and their capitals And sometimes even like certain like geographical formations, like the Rockies and the Appalachians, as well as like various rivers. The only one I really remember is the Mississippi, but that's because it's very big. And of course, I also know about Okefenokee Swamp, which is the largest swamp in the United States. And I lived in the Okefenokee Swamp, so that's why I'm very familiar with that. And then of course there's the lakes, like Lake Superior and the other three that I don't remember the names of, because I've never lived anywhere near those, so I never really needed to know about those. Like the lakes that the United States are so very proud of for some reason, even though I never hear anything ever about them. Like we've all got our own little geographical quirks. Things we know and things we don't know. Sammy is a swamp dweller, confirmed. Yes! And what's even funnier is that I'm actually a Scottish American. My mom's from Scotland. So I guess you could say I'm the closest real-life equivalent to Shrek. Or rather, my mom would be, because she is Scottish. And we used to live by a swamp. Or in a swamp. Get out my swamp! Oh, this is hurting my eyes a little bit. I did say I'd make something probably eye strain-esque, so here it is. The eye strain is real. It's very colorful though. It's nice, I like it. It's fun. Ah, that's nice. Yeah, I wanted it to be reminiscent of the trans flag. But like, I want to do something fun with the hair. I think it would be nice. Ooh! Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Speaking of old DOS games, I remember whenever I started playing Oblivion on Mondays, and before Mondays and Tuesdays, I'd actually thought about playing like every Elder Scrolls games at some point, just every single game in the Elder Scrolls series. But I've played a little bit of Arena and Daggerfall, and those DOS games are not easy. They're a nightmare to control, so that is something I would have to genuinely consider. Probably after getting more familiar with them, so I don't get frustrated and give up on stream, because if a game is really difficult to control, I have a tendency to just kind of drop it, because I'm not going to put up with something that's really annoying and ruins my experience. I'm not really that kind of person. Now, obviously, there could be exceptions, like there's certain games, like I've been wanting to play that one mountain climbing game, whatever it's called. I have it wishlist on Steam. It was like the Mountains of Yore or something. It was the Scottish game. Oh, GTFO is on sale. Yeah. You know, honestly, the manual doesn't really help too much, but thank you, Steam community, for teaching me what buttons on the keyboard I need for the freaking Arena controls. Yeah, I played a little bit of Daggerfall as well, mostly because that's one of my dad's favorite games. But like, once again, it's very difficult to control. Yeah, Peaks of Yore! I've been wanting to play that because Astral Spiff played it and I love watching his videos. I think it would be fun. I don't know if I'd ever beat it. Because, like, it's peaks of yore, but, like, I'd love to give it a try. Like, that's a game that I'd probably spend quite a bit of time on. So yeah, some difficult games are enjoyable. Another good example would be Celeste, because I played through that. And I finished the main story. And I even went back off stream and did some more stuff to get a slightly better ending. And I also got some of the blue hearts, as well as I also finished up the Heart of the Mountain on my own. And that was tough. That was so tough. But it was enjoyable. It was very good. There's a difference between, like, hard games that are not fun and hard games that are very fun. Yeah, Celeste was really fun to play. And that final level was a nightmare for me specifically because of the last few bits that I had to get through. But it was so worth it. It was so fun. Actually, hold on. Here we go. Puppy. Here we go. This part felt very empty, so having that makes it feel less empty. Alright. Ugh. My eyes hurt. Wow! Did we get blessed by shuffle gods? No, we didn't. I forgot when the song ended. No, but we got isn't this one called Calzonification? Yeah, Calzonification. That's a good song. Alright. Now what am I gonna do with this? I like this drawing, it's really nice. Alright, good night. Enjoy your Mimir. Oh, it's midnight. Wow, it's 5 for me. 5 p.m. Well, go enjoy your sleep. Bye-bye. Alright, now what am I gonna do with the mouse? Keep thinking about that, like, what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do with this mouse? That's not where I meant to put that. Wow, look at that! Isn't color theory crazy? This is just crazy! It's so cool. I love the way colors work. I love the way our eyes work in processing these colors as well. It's so cool. I think I might dim the background down a little bit more. Excuse me. Honestly, I'm not a big fan of this song with the lyrics. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna skip it. There we go. Something good. Something fun. You know, I never really thought about giving tips to other artists. Even though, like, I'm pretty good at what I do, I still feel like I'm not quite at the level to give any sort of, like, tips or anything most of the time. But, I feel like one good tip I could give that I've gotten from other artists is, like, don't use pure whites and pure blacks in certain things with your art. Like, it's alright to use like pure black and like wine art and stuff, but like for shading purposes it can cause things to blend together. And like, just don't, if you have like a character with like black fur or black hair, just don't use pure black. Use like a slightly off black, like just slightly grayish. And besides, you can add like a color undertone to it, which can look really good. Like if you want a cooler black or a warmer black, and it's super nice if you do that. And then same thing with white, is that it's good to use like an off-white, because like what if you want to put like a shine in a certain place, like in the, like here, I'll give you a good example. Like this is off, this is not quite white. Like what if you want to put like a bit of shine on a certain area that's supposed to be like quote unquote white, but you can't because you used white. Then if you do like an off-white, you can then put like a shine or something in there. It looks nice. But yeah, an off-white, once again, you can do the same thing by having it as like a warm or cool white, and it's super nice. But like, sometimes you just gotta play around with that kind of stuff. Cause like, I know, I've seen beginner artists do that, where they just have like pure black or pure white, because they want their characters to look as dark as possible or as light as possible. But like, then they can't really accentuate certain things like dimensions because of the fact that they chose like a pure black or a pure white. And besides, there's not really any pure blacks or pure whites in certain things, like even if you have like black nail polish on, like I'm wearing black nail polish, and like there's shines, there's like lighter tones and darker tones, but it's still obviously black nail polish. I just feel like it's something important to keep in mind if you're an artist, that like sometimes you gotta mess around with that kind of stuff. And also, another important tip is that you can't always rely on color picking. Especially like with skin tones, for example. Because you can accidentally make a skin tone darker or lighter than what it actually is because the lighting makes it look different, even if you color pick. So like, anytime I see those videos of like color picking to like show like, oh, it's not whitewashing, I picked the color directly from the reference. Like, you did pick the color directly from the reference, but that's exactly why it looks the way it does. It's because you need to remember like color theory and like how to properly interpret and relay skin tones with different lighting conditions. Like, anytime I draw one of my characters with like a darker skin tone than my own, like for example, my character Annie, she has a more tan skin tone than I do. And like anytime I start coloring her in and like the rest of the canvas is white, her skin tone looks really dark at first. I'm just like, wow, I always forget her skin tone is that dark color. It's not that dark, obviously, but like, you know what I mean? It's like, wow, I always forget how tan she is. It's like, sometimes you just gotta like wait until you incorporate other things. And it does help to change the background color, because then you have a general good idea of what other kinds of tones to incorporate. I don't know, it's all hard, and like you gotta kind of do like a bit of like practice to really figure it out. Even I still make some mistakes with lighting and stuff. Cause like I'm usually used to having my light source like up above somewhere. This is how I always draw my shadows, but it won't always be the case that way. Because sometimes it looks a bit wonky if I try to do something else. Like, oh, I have a really good example actually. This is an old piece. I don't know if it's in here or if it's in the other place. Let's see. But like I did this dynamic lighting piece. And like, let's see, where the hell is it? I've got different pieces as examples. Like there's this one, which was the Ryan Gosling meme. I love this one, even though it's like my old drawing style. Let's see, there's another one. Ah, there it is. Found it. This one. This one took so long because what I did was I like mapped out all the lighting at like a separate point. Well, that is the lighting. Yeah, this. I just mapped out all the lighting with like just a big brush. And then I just like tried to figure out how the lighting would work, and then I went over it with this. So like sometimes you gotta consider like how lighting's gonna work, how certain colors are gonna work, because I don't think I color picked from a reference from the time of that drawing. Hold on, let's see. Because I think this was the reference I had at the time. Like I don't think... Yeah, that's not the same color. I had to make the colors warmer to consider like the general lighting in the palette. So like you can see, things are complicated. And then of course there's this, like she's just straight up fucking pink. But like that's how it is with the lighting. Like in the original meme. Like, look! This man's pink! So like, see, sometimes things get a little complicated whenever you consider things like lighting and stuff like that. Sometimes you gotta add more contrast. Or even use unrealistic colors to really capture what you need to convey. Like, it's tough. But you just need to take the time to practice and make mistakes and learn from that. I think I might highlight that after our stream today. Because I would like for people to have those tips and tricks. Oop. Sometimes you just gotta experiment as well. Sometimes, yeah, sometimes you just need to test certain things. Like I've had drawings where I've had to like completely revamp the color palette because it just didn't work out quite that well. It's good, but it could be better. It's good, but it's not great. And see, whenever I change like the colors I use for the eyes on my VTuber, sometimes I have to mess around a little bit before finding something I'm satisfied with. Cause one thing about my original eye colors is that there's this highlight to them. There's my ref sheet. Not that one. This one. It's like I have this like turquoise type of highlight in here that's lighter than this color, so I need to find something that has that same like strong kind of look to it. We'll find it though, we always do. We always find something. I think I might just need to darken this color. I might need to just swap it out with this. That's better. And this could just be this, probably. Maybe a bit lighter. Ugh. My bones. My shoulder hurts. I might need to take a break here shortly. Yeah, that's better. That's much better. And with this, I can use a slightly lighter shade. They're not there, but here. And then you can do something cool with the contrast and do that. Hell yeah! Alright, now what am I gonna put here? I was hoping for some type of red. Not quite. Well, if I have it too light, then I won't have that contrast that I need. I was hoping for a red, but I guess that's not happening. Yeah, look at that! Now we got something. And then we can use this color for the horns and the brows. Let me fill these in and then I'm gonna take a break. Because my shoulder hurts. And that means I need to do stretches. And I should probably make another cup of tea anyway. I didn't think this would take as long as it has, but you know what? I'm having a good time. It's nice. I like having longer streams. When I can, of course. I need to allocate my time properly because I've got other things to do as well. I really do wish I could stream for longer. It would be nice. But I can't afford that. Time is a very precious resource. And I do like 50 things at once because I am busy and I am preparing for my future. But you know what? I don't mind being busy all the time. Cause like I'm always working on stuff that I love. And it's important that like there's nothing wrong with being busy all the time as long as you enjoy what you're doing. Like don't wear yourself out, obviously. That's why I'm gonna take a break. You know what? Let me fix this. I want to do something interesting with the hair. I think I'm gonna do something with the background as well, but this is what we have right now. So look at that! Look at that! That's neat. Well, anyway, I'll be right back. I got more tea. We're back to business. Let me get comfy. Let me get my chips too. I might not even eat any of these while drawing, but I want them out anyway. Let me get all situated. Alright, there we go. Yeah, back to business. Whoop. Okay, it fixed itself. For some reason, that specific source tends to bug out whenever I transition between scenes, and I'm not entirely sure why. It's silly. I'm gonna do something fun with the hair. There we go. Ugh, I might need to shrink down my pen size. There we go. Because now we're getting into more precise coloring. Not to mention I changed my position. I put my knees back up because it's easier on my shoulder to have my knees up so my drawing tablet is propped up by my legs. Like, I know one like general like stereotype of digital artists is shrimp back, being all hunched over and stuff, but I genuinely can't do that. Like, within 15 minutes my neck's gonna be on fire. I cannot do something like that. Oop, why did I do that? Oh, I need the eraser. Also, I noticed I forgot another thing with this layer. There we go. Now I can duplicate that. Back to business. I have an idea. This might not work as well as I'm thinking. Excuse me, we'll just have to wait and see though. You know, thinking about my art, and I have a very dynamic, I have a very particular style. I was just thinking about like, you know, I haven't really been commissioned by very many people. And while my commissions are open, I do need to update my commission sheet because it is outdated. Just thinking about how, like, one person in particular that commissioned me and was, like, briefly a regular. I did not have a very pleasant experience with them. Because, like, they were consistently pushy. And not just that, but, like, they were always, like, asking for discounts. Like, dude, I'm already giving you, like, the bottom of the barrel type of drawing. If you can't afford it, just wait. Not to mention, like, I'd accept the commission and then they'd very shortly after, like a couple hours later, be like, what's the status of my commission? Like, dude, I have a life. I have shit to do. I haven't done it yet because I've got other things to do. It's on my list, but like, I'm a college student and I've got shit to do and I can't just make you my #1 priority. But like, obviously, I was too nervous at the time to say something like that, so it's just like, just give me a little bit of time and I'll do it. And I got it. And then a couple hours later, he'd be like, what's the status of my commission? And it's just like, come on, man, don't do this to me. So anyway, after like 2 of those commissions, I eventually just like ghosted the person and blocked them. Like, you scare me. I don't want to talk to you anymore. I didn't really block them. I just kind of like stopped using Telegram. I do feel a little bit bad sometimes, but like, I made it very clear, like, please be nice to me. I'm a nervous artist. I'm doing my best. I do a lot of other things. And if you're ever gonna commission me, I need you to be aware of that. Like, this kind of stuff takes time. Can't just drop everything that I'm doing and proceed to make a piece of art. I wish I could, that would be nice, but no, I can't do that. The AC is on. My door is wiggling. Sometimes it sounds like someone's knocking on my door, but the moment I look over, it's not, and then I'm like, oh, okay. Might make this a lighter pink, actually. Just a little smidge lighter. Might need to lighten this one, actually. Okay, yeah, that's way too light. What am I doing wrong? Oh, it's like way off. Hold on. I just wanted to lighten it by a pinch, not like a mile. Jeez. Oopsie. That's better. That looks way better, actually. Look at that. Now I don't look like I'm like I have bloodshot eyes. It's like, I feel like it's always good to have like a very specific type of undertone depending on what you're trying to convey. Like most eyes have like a sort of like reddish undertone because of, you know, blood vessels and stuff. But not always. Like with fictional characters, you can usually pick some sort of other type of undertone depending on what their blood color is. Like if you have a character that has blue blood, then like you can give their eyes like a blue undertone. Or like green blood with a green undertone. That's what I do with my persona. And I have green blood, pink cat with green blood. Because my 2 favorite colors are pink and green. So I put them both together in my persona. And it has green paw pads, green nose, green mouth, green eyes. speaking of cats, you know, I have a lot of friends that are furries, have fursonas and all that stuff. I've been having like this itch to draw fan art of either content creators or characters, and now I'm thinking about drawing Meowskulls for my friend because he loves Fortnite and he's drawn a lot of Meowskulls lately. So I think if I did like a little portrait of her, he'd probably be like, "Oh my god, Sammy! It's Meowskulls! Thank you!" He does not sound like that, by the way. I'm just really bad at imitating other people's voices sometimes. I might make this color a bit lighter. Yeah, that's nicer. Make this a bit darker. More on the blue side. That's a little too dark. Trying not to do the same exact color as the horns. Maybe a bit lighter? Because like my original idea was to do like warm, like on the pink side and then on the blue side and then on the pink side again, but I've changed my mind because it doesn't really look very good. Might make this darker actually, so let me just undo all of that. There we go. There we go, that's nice. Let me clean it up. Oh yeah, and speaking of that same friend I was just talking about, he's been trying to get me to play Fortnite, but online games make me nervous. And like, it does look fun, especially with all the different game modes that are available. But I'm just so shy. Like, I literally live stream, but I'm so shy when it comes to online games. Cause like, I don't want to be bad and have someone be like, "You're so bad at the game." Like, you're a stranger, why are you calling me bad at the game? Like, it's funny if it's a friend, they're like, "Haha, you're bad at this game." But like, if it's a random stranger, it's like, like, how could you say that to me? I don't know. I also get embarrassed if like I'm hilariously bad at a game in front of people who aren't hilariously bad at a game. And like, I know that Fortnite has like a system where like you'll be paired with other people of similar skill levels, so like I don't really have much to worry about with that, but like, hell, I don't know. I'm an adult with responsibilities. And I just want to play a game without having to worry, and that's why I prefer single player games. But maybe someday I'll be more open to messing around with online games. I mean, there are some online games that I play, but that's more of like closed online where you can choose to join online groups with strangers, or you can choose to just do your own thing, like with Phasmophobia, and Lethal Company and Among Us. But with Among Us, unfortunately, you kind of have to join random lobbies because you need a larger friend group to really have like a proper game. I don't have that many friends. But it is what it is. Maybe one day. Would be nice. And besides, I'm a streamer. It's important to make connections. Well, actually, I'm both a streamer and an artist, and both of those career paths require networking and stuff like that. I'm so shy, and yet look at me, always picking jobs that require communication and socialization. Like, what? What have I done to myself? I suppose your career path can say a lot about what you actually want to do. Like, it's just tough, but like, overall, at the end of the day, I do enjoy socializing. I like to have fun, and I like to talk with people and just have a grand old time. There we go. Look at that color. So fun. I love messing around with colors. Now my whole point from earlier about just messing around with color palettes and seeing what works. Like this is exactly what I was talking about earlier. Like sometimes you just gotta mess around and see what sticks. Because like I had to change some colors, but that was a good choice. I might do that a little more with some of my other characters. I've really only drawn my VTuber lately because I've been busy preparing for my anniversary. But I need to like take a small break and do something else. Even if it's just for me. Now here's an occasion where pure white would be acceptable, doing something like this. Doing something fun. Messing around with colors. I think what I'll do with the background is I'll put in like various flags. Maybe not color pick directly from them, but give just the general color palette. Like, it'll be recognizable, even if it's not the exact color. Where's my tool? Where did it go? Oh, what? Ah! My brush! Alright, here we go. Forgot I was on the eraser. Isn't that cool? Alright. Not entirely sure what to do. Let's see. Whoa! Sorry about that. Whoop! I didn't even know what I did. Alright, let me do some type of gradient. Let me just edit this one. Oh, that's what I can do. I forgot I can do additional shades. Just do a copy of the berry shade. Alright, so this one can be this one can be this one can be just like that one. Actually, let me pick a lighter one. And then this one can also be the same color. Yeah, nice. Put these closer to the white. Transgender. Hell yeah. Was that 83 one? Or it's like even with the maybe not 83 because like it's a different resolution. So now I have a trans brush, so that's cool. Let me do some additional flags. Because, like, I am non-binary. And thankfully I could just turn around and look at the flag on my wall. Because, like, I don't always remember the color order. Yeah, let's just lay out the colors and then fix them from there. And then I remember what the genderqueer one is because it's super simple. I'll fix these up in a minute. And then, let me just import the image I have saved of the gender fluid flag. Where is that? They're not saved. I don't have it saved on here. You know what? I'll look it up on my phone. I'm not gonna put all of the flags on here. I'm only gonna put a few. More specifically, my own. That's right. It starts off with this really lovely pink. And then another purple. Keep doing that. Take this shade. Yeah, like I said, they won't be exact, but they'll be fairly close. There we go. Look at that. Hmm. Ooh. I think I might do something where I duplicate this. Yeah, look at that. That's nice. What if I multiply both of them? No. Yeah. Alright. Oh, I forgot Gaussian blur is a thing. And then I can... Where is it? Ooh! Oh! Whoopsie! I didn't mean to do that. Alright, what am I gonna do with this? Actually, hold on. That's better. Whoopsie. There we go. I need to make this yellow a little more noticeable. There we go. There we go. Nice. OMG. Nah. Hell yeah. Woo! Look at that. That's neat. Alright. Yeah, hold on. Let me put the... No, I'll just do another layer. Woohoo! Look at that. That's cool. Where should I put it? Over here, maybe? Hmm. I'll use it to deal with that spot that feels a little empty. Just put it up here, maybe. But then it's not as cool looking. Here we go. There we go, look at that. Hell yeah. Alright, that's it. That's all for today. Look at that. Look at what I made. Now I won't be posting this until Sunday. So anyone who decided to tune in to stream today got a little sneak peek at what will be posted. Well, today's been nice. I spent a lot of time drawing today, but I really wanted to do this. So, excuse me. Yay! Look at that. Look how cool that is. I'm happy with how this turned out. I can't wait to post it. Very exciting. Well, you know the drill. Thank you so much for visiting. I hope you have a great day. I hope you have a great weekend as well. And as always, farewell.